some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers. Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
These are people in masquerade dance known as Ogbangbada Masquerade, also referred to as Ike Masquerade, located in Akokwa, a town in Idiato North local government area of Imo State, Nigeria. The Ogbangbada masquerade originated from the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, specially recognized as a traditional dance and cultural fixture in Ideato North local government area of Imo State. It is often referred to as Ebwebe by the local people. The dance is considered a deeply rooted ancient cultural dance in the old region of Imo State. The dance is energetic, fast and powerful, as the drums are vibrant and the people add color to the display of the masquerade.
onye na-agba ihe a bụrụ nwaanyị onye agha arịgoro mana onye a na-eji ọja ka nna gị ọ gịnị mere na akpọgịbeghị obodo oyibo eti eti dị na-ewere ewere
The masquerade dance is accompanied with a large crowd of dancers and by specialized drums. The dance is handed down through lineage rather than formal training. as the dance is believed to be ingrained in the blood of the people. The masquerade dance is interesting and accepted by all as it creates fanfare in the community. It brings people from far and near to come witness the display of the Obangbada masquerade dance.
Let's go!
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good morning, Nigeria. Top of the morning to you this wonderful Monday morning. Welcome to TMI on Independent Television, where, of course, for the next about 3 hours, we get to take a look at the twists, the turns, the ups and the downs of all the topical conversations in our social and political spaces right here in Nigeria and even globally. We do this across 3 centers here in Benin, Lagos and Abuja. Talking about Benin, I'm your host here, Chukwufumnanya Digwe. I'm not alone. I'm joined by the very beautiful and insightful Anu Oluwakbo Stevens. Good morning, Anu.
Good morning, Chukwufuna. You look great.
You do too.
Thank you.
All right, so how was your weekend? And, how are you set to, take the conversation this morning?
Well, we are ready as always, and the weekend was great. So many things happened in the political landscape, and we're here to dissect every single thing.
Yes, definitely we are. And in the course of our conversation, of course, you get to meet our anchors across Lagos and Abuja. Well, something that has shaped conversations in, the social spaces recently is the growing outrage in Nigeria over the reintegration of 744 ex-Boko Haram and ISWAP fighters into the Nigerian communities after, of course, the rehabilitation program OSC, Operation Safe Corridor. A lot of people have a lot to say. There's a lot of concerns about this reintegration of these ex-Boko Haram and ISWAP fighters into society. People are having a lot to say, which is not far-fetched. I mean, look at the wanton destruction that has been done by such people, by these insurgents over time, that are still being done. So, Anu, what is your take on this?
Absolutely. There are so many key issues, rising from this conversation, and it sparks a lot of reaction online and offline, with a lot of Nigerians worried, concerned, shocked by the news. Over 700, not even 50 or 100, 700 repentant Boko Haram, and a lot of questions to be asked. Who classified them as repentant, and how did the federal government or the military or personnel involved get to that particular point where they said, 700 of these guys who were once into the system and were once Boko Haram fighters fighting against the government and the people, killing and abducting a lot of civilians, and now repentant? What are the yardsticks they used to actually, categorize and classify them as repentant Boko Haram? That is one. And interestingly, this is not the first time we're getting and hearing this news, because over time we've seen and heard cases of repentant Boko Haram not just moving into the society like these guys, but moving into the security architecture in Nigeria. And then you begin to wonder and ask yourself other salient questions. And then you wonder why sometimes intelligence reports are leaked. A situation where a governor would say, we heard that these guys were coming to this place, we got the intelligence report, and minutes after, the situation still occurred. Now, Nigerians are worried. A lot of persons have died. Brigadier General Hussaini Ibrahim, we're talking about him over last week, may his soul rest in peace, and a whole of other civilians who have lost their life in the fight against insurgents, only to hear that the bad guys involved would later have a second chance to get into the system. I feel like it actually poses threat moving forward in Nigeria and also the security architecture in the country.
Definitely. And one thing that people online and in social spaces have hampered on is the fact that this reduces public trust in the government. I mean, like you did say, not 50, not 100, not just scores. I mean, 744 ex-Boko Haram and ISWAP fighters going back into society. One, like you said, who classified them as repentant? What was the process of their, as they say, de-radicalization? That is what they call it, their rehabilitation. All of this was not brought to public spaces. So, of course, people are concerned. Another thing, 597 of them happen to be from Borno State. Borno State that is so plagued with this drama already. Just the other day we reported how an Air Force airstrike hit Jili Market right in the middle of, the border between Borno and Yobe State in a bid to kill or, nip this insurgency in the bud. And other people say that that particular market is a market where these ISWAP, Boko Haram fighters, they move freely, they shop. So it is, they actually did the strike to hit those people, and then others were caught in that blast. I mean, a lot of this, and now you're sending them back into those communities. Are you not even looking for violence? What does this say about the traumatic experience of those, the families, the people in those communities that have been affected before? And then we see the legal practitioner, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, also raising concerns. I mean, Anu, it really is a lot. And just to let you know, we have Mercelina Nkwo from our Lagos studio. She is standing by, and I'm sure she would like to weigh in on this conversation. Good morning, Mercelina. It's good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Beautiful morning to you, Chukwumfunaya, and good morning, Anu. It's a beautiful morning. Okay, this is also our conversation today from Lagos. I mean, Nigerians, they are concerned. It's the way this whole thing is going. It's as if the government, they are not paying too much attention to those people that have lost their loved ones, lost their families. Waking up to just see that over 700 repentant tourists set for reintegration into the society. I mean, it's a lot, not 100, not 200, but 700. What makes you think those people, they've repented fully? According to them, they surrender in the operations, that they are ready to repent, and they went for rehabilitation, and now they are set to go into the society freely as if nothing happened. I mean, there are lots of people that have lost their life, the general and other military personnel, and also the civilians, Nigerians that have lost their life, and now those people is coming into the society as if nothing has happened, saying that they've repented. What makes you think if they go back to the society, they won't before it, they won't change? Because now they're saying, since they've gone through rehabilitation, they've changed and all of that, and now you're sending the society. So it makes people, this particular situation has made a lot of people, thinking that, do the government even care about its citizens? Are they concerned about their citizens? So basically, we'll be having a political analyst that would help us talk more on it today.
Well, thank you very much. One thing I'd like to ask you, another narrative that is being spun on social media and in our social spaces is this, that the Nigerian government is seeming to reward or compensate terrorists more than it is doing to its victims. What do you think about this?
I mean, it tells you the country we are, Nigerian. If I hear another people from other country saying things about Nigeria, I shook my head sometimes. I mean, we are Nigerians, we're seeing all those things happen. Imagine the people from other countries seeing everything that is happening in the country. It shows that we Nigerians are not even able to keep our house in order. Why would you come out and hunt bandits? I saw on the internet, somebody said, imagining those bandits that have been collecting huge amount of ransom, 250 million, 30 million, 100 million, and now you're giving them, peanuts. What makes you think they wouldn't go back to what they've been doing? So, I mean, that's a question the government needs to answer.
It definitely is a question. Anything to say, Anu?
Right, but I feel like there's some persons who would say if we are to have a disparity between what happened with the Niger Delta militants and the then Goodluck Jonathan administration, where we had what's the word now, with the ex-militants giving them support, so to say. We are to streamline what is going on now. There are those who would say it's kind of like similar, but at the end of the day, other party would say no, it's not, because one major question I did hear a lot of persons ask is, for the average Nigerian moving forward, how supported, how catered for, how protected are we? Have you even taken care of us before you begin to take care of ex-Boko Haram, repentant Boko Haram, you know, in Nigeria? So a lot of questions to be asked moving forward, and we hope that moving forward, the federal government and the necessary bodies involved will provide answers to all of those questions.
I mean, I know one thing.
I just remember the word amnesty.
Yes, amnesty. Yeah, that is the word that was used, where they give empowerment to these ex-militants then during Goodluck Jonathan's time. But I think it's really nothing compared. I'm not trying to weigh crime, but I mean, this is a whole terrorist organization talking about Boko Haram and ISWAP. The sovereignty of the Nigerian state is being steadily threatened by these people. Day in, day out, we hear scores of persons being killed by these people. Although another thing that people are saying that the government probably is anchoring on for the reintegration and rehabilitation of these people is the fact that it encourages other Boko Haram fighters to repent and come forward. I don't know how strong that is or how good that is.
Well, that's another salient point for them. But then again, I feel like Nigerians, the citizens, should be held at, you know, the most optic moment at this point, because right now a lot of persons will be living in fear because you don't even know who is who at this point. Some persons at this point will not even want to sleep with their two eyes closed. I feel now the community is vigilante and everybody should be more alert to, you know, just be vigilant, because they say security is everybody's business right now.
And 744 repentant terrorists.
That's a lot.
That's a whole lot. You cannot tell me amongst the bunch that you're sending back into society, there won't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 of them that will turn back to crime.
On a lighter note, did you see the uniform, or should I call it Ashrabi, they were putting on?
And then they were holding for is it the Quran or a Bible now?
I honestly don't know, but I mean, this is Nigeria, and we'll continue to keep talking until the right things are done.
Definitely, and you know, we'll be here right here on TMI on independent television to report all of that to you. We'll take a short break now, after which we'll come back with our newspaper review segment. We're going to look at the national dailies. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now we're in our newspaper review segment, like I did say. We'll begin with Nigerian Tribune. The first story highlighted there, headlined there, is on this same terrorist reintegration plan. Now, ADC warns Tinubu's government, says reintegration without justice is not reconciliation. Commuter dies of gunshot wound, 2 injured in kidnap attempts on Ijebu-Ode Ibadan Road. Another sub-rider there says Benue governor wants JAMB to reschedule exam for 8 rescued UTME candidates. That particular story is on page 2. In more news on the Nigerian Tribune, on the business scene, it says, how bank recapitalization exposed hidden wealth, deep inequality. Moving on, federal government clears air on missing revenue claims, says World Bank reports misread. Away from that, it says rising fuel energy costs drove Nigeria's inflation. And this is said by experts. Other headlines are Makinde Olubadan issue resolved. CCII says, moving on, Atiku Serap proposed NBC advisory code. On health, it says scientists develop injection that heals heart after heart attack, and that's shown by studies. Now, SANU threatens indefinite strike after April 30 over lingering negotiation. And finally, offer robbery, how federal DPP cleared Saraki. And that's it for the Nigerian Tribune.
Away from that, we'll turn our attention over to the Guardian newspaper this morning, leading with the major headline that says cyber attacks, election data at risk as hackers hold government agencies, banks to ransom. Well, on page 6, you get the details of that story. Serap condemns censorship of broadcast stations by NBC on page 4. Lagos NMA removes chairman over alleged infractions on page 5. SANU rejects 30% pay rise, threatens indefinite strike on page 7. Countdown to primaries unsettles parties, triggers defections, internal disputes. More on this on page 6. Well, still on the front page of The Guardian today, parents groan over rising cost of education as schools resume today. You get details of that story still on page 7. Terror alerts. Experts offer measures to Nigerian airport vulnerabilities on page 4. 2027, Lagos APC warns local government chairman against endorsing aspirants on page 5. Systemic inefficiencies curtails maritime exploitation, costs Nigeria $10 billion yearly. You get details of that report on page 4. Away from that, federal government denies revenue mismanagement, tax regional commissions on page 3. 55% of children in Nigeria unprotected from mosquito bites, which aside, while still on page 3. And finally, on the Guardian newspaper this morning, Kwankwaso loses NNPP grip as Shekuru formally joins APC on page 29.
Well, in another paper, we look at The Nation. Quickly there, it talks about fallen heroes. An excerpt from a speech of General Olufemi Oluyede, the Chief of Defense Staff, is highlighted. And it says, as we mourn our fallen together, let us also honor them by standing united in defense of the peace, freedom, and future they gave everything for. Another story there says government explains FAC deductions, and that's on story page 2. All right, because we're pressed for time, that is about it for the newspaper review segment. And now we'll be moving on to the most consequential part of TMI on ITV, the discussion segment. Don't go anywhere.
Monday morning, the conversation is on, as always, and of course, just to help you make sense of all the issues that are happening in the country, especially in our build-up to the 2027 general election. Well, that's the most topical issue for today. I was backstage and, of course, hearing you guys have a very robust conversation across the, but I think what really bothered me the most within the week on that review was the plight of those students in Benue State who were kidnapped going to write JAMB. And I recall that there were concerns, particularly in some of those flashpoint areas where insecurity is a major concern. Some of the students did express their concerns, but alas,
At least now they've been rescued, as reports say. A whole 13. At first, the government of that state wanted to come out and dispute the fact that they are UTME students. But with reports and conversations with victims' families and victims themselves, we've gotten to see that actually a whole lot of them are students that were transitioning to go and write their exams. Okay. And also something that we did see on the newspaper headlines this morning is the government now coming out to appeal to the organizers of the UTME exams to allow 7 of those kidnapped rescued students to retake the exam. I do feel like that is not something that should even be up for
debated at all.
It shouldn't even be a conversation. Because first of all, they are already traumatized, you know, so they shouldn't also have to be worried.
About whether they'll write or they're not going to write.
So I mean, everything in this country, it just seems to, you know, seem in twists. But hopefully, we'll see that story as it progresses.
Okay, let's go into conversation today. The ADC seems to be the bride of the moment in the build up to 2027, being the major coalition platform for those who have interest for 2027. Well, you still have the ruling party there, a major force. I mean, the party to beat in 2027, so to speak, because they are the party in power and they have the structures and paraphernalias of government. And of course, policies, programs is coming from them. The Labour Party is still there, and several other parties. The NPP, interesting party, I must say, used to be a major force in Kano State, where Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso came from. But recently, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso moved from the NNPP and joined the ADC. And I'm just wondering what becomes of the NNPP. And they've also risen up to the occasion by appointing a new national chairman. But that's a matter for another day. But let's look at some of the legal background to all the issues relating to the ADC National Convention. Because according to stories on the ground, of course, I mean, it's there in the public space. The convention took place without INEC monitoring it, and people have started asking, is it really so stated in the Constitution or perhaps the Electoral Act that INEC must be present in a convention to make it valid, especially against the background that this is supposed to be an internal party affair as well. We'll be looking at this and lots more in the next few minutes with our guest who is joining us virtually from Lagos, the president of League of Patriotic Lawyers. He was also the spokesman for the Rabi Musa Kwankwaso campaign organization in the last general election. And of course, he's also moved with Musa Kwankwaso to the ADC. Abubakar Yusuf Esquire, former SUG President, University of Benin, thank you for joining us this lovely Monday morning. Good to have you join us.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you again this morning.
Fantastic. The talk that the ADC is a bride for 2027 against the background of the mass defection that we've seen, or the defection that we have seen from other political parties in recent times, and then some of the issues concerning the legal background for the just concluded convention are major talking points. You want to give us your insight into this issue?
Well, we are very happy to have defected with our leader, Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso, to the ADC. Before we defected, or before my boss defected, we had a lot of conversations with other political groups, and we tried to extract the one that will capture the essence of the party, NNPP as well. And we discovered that the other parties that did not really meet our expectations. like if you take the ruling party, APC, we discovered that it was virtually a bourgeois party, you know, for the rich, by the rich, and it did not meet our expectation of being a political party that, you know, that is more to the left of the center than the right. And again, we also considered Labour, discovered that Labour has actually been taken over in quotes by the ruling party. Ditto, the PTP is also in tatters. There are two PDP, and Wike appears to be very, very fundamental in the intention to keep it permanently divided. So we try to settle for the new party, the beautiful bride, like you rightly mentioned, the ADC, and we have not regretted ever since, and we are still watching. And like I told you, the essence of Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso going there is not necessarily born out of a desire to leave, although that one perhaps will be the end product of it all. You know, Dr. Musa is more interested in the existence of the country, because if you see what is happening in Nigeria today, like I've often mentioned, poverty, hunger, and disease, what Fela always say, PhD is so intense. So stabilizing the party or finding the party that can best advocate the interests of the people is very paramount in the minds of Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso. Before he even moved here, we had a lot of bringbacks. We had a lot of tension. He lured the only governor we had in Kano State to talk to the APC, thinking that would kill the tension. When it became manifest that Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso was not ready to worship in the temple of Cliff-Footed Gods, he also sponsored the external aggression by saying that he was behind Boko Haram, a very laughable accusation. A man who introduced 2 universities, first coming and the second coming respectively. So he did not yield any fruit, and we tried to move to the ADC. And you will recall vividly that before the movement, especially the day of defection, the type of mammoth crowd Dr. Musa Rabi attracted. I was in between events, both in defection and even in campaign, because mammoth was heroic and it was very eventful. So we intend to give it the right necessary light, so that this duty of picking up APC from Asura is made manifest, because we discovered that APC, elevated by great riches and prestige, has become so arrogant that they now look at Nigerians, esteem us, number of states. So we have a secret to the people of the country, the second to the very poor, which is essentially the constituency of Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso, Kalakarat, the downtrodden and what have you. So we are there, we are working through our president is to be energized, and we are actually energized, despite the turbulence we met, even at the convention, where they were tense. We had about 3 things. Even the last day, that they withdraw his certificate of occupancy. It did not shock us. Often, Jesus Christ had a lot of tax and hungry. Simani, I didn't cover it. But we are trying to think of people that, Gethsemane would be conquered. Don't cover it.
All right, Barrister Abubakar Yusuf, quickly, let's talk about something very, very key in this conversation. The Kwankwasia movement has been what some described as an ideology that has spanned nearly 3 decades. Now, we've seen a movement into the ADC. Isn't that an end to the Kwankwasia movement? That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm looking at you on the screen now. What you're wearing is reflective of the Kwankwasia movement. It's not reflective of the ADC. What does that portend for the party against the background of how the convention went, and then the concerns that there are a lot of legal issues surrounding the leadership of the ADC going forward?
Well, let me quickly say this here now that, you know, Kwankwasia as an ideology has endured for, like rightly observed, a very long time. And it's not necessarily tied to the party. The party, like you know, in Nigeria, is virtually is a purpose vehicle for realizing your ideological content. So again, the iconic card you see is a matter of conviction, within of the heart. If you watch carefully, Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso put on the day defected and even on a convention. I was very visible in both of them. The thing where is a Kwankwaso cap, it does not derogate. If anything, it strengthens the ideology. We are trying to reassure the people that are moving to the ADC. Use our sacrosanct duty of migrating the people, actually uplifting the people of this mountain of despair. It's emphasizing it, they're not. I say this. I say it very, very clearly.
Okay.
You didn't ask about I guess the prayers who are trying to ask about the legal consequence of the Independent National Electoral Commission of not attending, you know, the convention. Well, it's of no moment, even though it is the Electoral Act, that they are supposed to be there. You know, indeed, it is the INEC that is in default. Not we invited and we gave them the necessary invitation, 21 days as ordered by the Electoral Commission, but feel like they have an evil intention. Like, you know, we are playing along whatever they do, whatever evil intention they have in this that no matter how daring and charming the evil plotter will be, you not see the end of the record. When the evil plotter is drawn for the downfall of Timothy, and they tell you that God don't you know how we are going ahead and I'm not to think about the leadership of this of APC, the Tinubu. Suffice it to say that from that convention, we had a lot of diaspora here that represented us, and they also were brought to the also district zone. People like Dr. Pafi, you know, based in London, Northern, useful in Northern Germany, to mention about the fear of the Lord. So our motto to be very decisive challenge. This is useful. I refuse to do it. They want to dominate the president, they didn't want to stop. The Mozart to be that they are marked. The Catholic to be that they are black. But we are going to watch it. And I'm telling you now, when I say this without being trying to be prideful, that come January next year, we are going to take Tinubu back to Lagos.
Only time will tell how that is going to happen. Of course, you know, we must go through the due process of an election, which of course is coming up in January, and then the people will decide exactly the party they want, if it's the APC and Tinubu to continue or otherwise. Only time will tell. It's still TMI on the ITV network. My colleague is here, Chukwu Funaya. Yeah.
All right, Barrister Yusuf, very good to have your dispositions there, especially from the legal side as regards the ADC convention, which was just concluded on the 14th of April, and, you know, the consequences of the absence of INEC, especially looking at the legal side, like I did just say. Now, the question on the mind of a lot of Nigerians is plainly the absence of INEC. Does it now mean that everything done at the ADC convention is nullified, or is it still upheld, all that was, you know, reached at the ADC convention, or now is it inconsequential?
Well, you know, I'm a lawyer. I'm not just a lawyer. I'm a senior member of the bar. This perhaps will be decided on the 26th of this month, when the Supreme Court will be assuming jurisdiction to actually see the facts. But as like I've told you, the presence of INEC is a matter of regulation, not necessarily a law, stricto sensu. Because, like I told you, INEC, they are in default of not honoring.
A bit of a network glitch there. We just hope that Abubakar Yusuf Esquire will be able to reconnect and continue with the conversation. Okay, if you're here, we just may, we can just, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you see, this failure of INEC to witness, because we gave them the 21 days notice that we're going to have a convention. They refuse to come because they have an evil agenda, for want of a better word.
But how do you, Mr. Abubakar, how do you establish that they have an evil agenda? I mean, that's a qualification of the agenda, and you say it's evil. How do you justify that? What is the evidence? We've also heard Professor Joash Amopitan saying that the regulator wants to be on the safer side by not aligning with any of the factions of the party, and that's why they've decided to stay neutral. How does that translate to having an evil agenda? We've also heard some of your leaders calling for the resignation of Joash Amopitan, saying that is acting the script of the party in government, whereas there is really no evidence to back that up.
Clear? Yeah. Oh, we have good grounds to suspect that Amopitan is trying to sustain an evil agenda. Even the issue before the Supreme Court, if we're asked, if we're allowed Professor Amopitan to continue unabated, it means that we have killed even at the ADC. Of what they have done, they are successfully, or so to say, pulled out the recognition of the ADC by de-recognizing or decommissioning the leadership, especially the chairman, and even the secretary, I think we should thereby robbing the essence of the judgment that will come to function only on the basis. He has already assumed the role of a court. I say that I do not recognize the party. I do not recognize the chairman. I do not recognize the executive. What is there now for the Supreme Court? I think I'm going to clever. I also stand by leaders that we are not too comfortable that we're going to provide a successful election come next year. So I have to call for his resignation. I'm not enough to thank you. I apologize to Professor Oliver Williams. I call for his resignation as a man of honor, professor of law. I think the credibility has seriously maintained, and nobody would like to take it from that background. Because let alone, he has already given a decision to enter the court by taking out David Mark and Arimbishola. He's trying to bring on time. He's trying to prepare or decapitate the captain and that. So what rest? What is the court ready to do? So he has not only assumed the role of the independent national electoral. That's also assumed the role of the court. That he is going to the commission, or he has already committed the party. So we do not trust him, and we definitely start neutrality if it's allowed to care this next year. So we call for it.
All right, Barrister Yusuf, another comparison that I'd like to draw is the fact that when the PDP did hold its own convention, that party was still rocked by internal crisis, but we got to see the electoral umpire, INEC, actually present at that convention. Actually contrasting right now to the fact that they were not present at the ADC convention. How does this compare in legal terms?
Yeah, like I told you, they are scared, and since Professor Amopitan is no longer neutral, I think he just wanted to, he didn't want to use the normal thing of allowing the results, and then they'll change the results. He just wanted to keep the ADC, and I think our leaders, they were very forthright, and they were very serious in the forecasting. We invited him to not come. He's at bridge. Let's refuse to come and witness it. He has already taken, like I told you, taking the win out of the sale of the court. What is that for the court to decide? When it did by decision, by putting out the mark and Arimbishola respectively, that's the reason that he does not even recognize the country. We are going to fight him. We are going to ensure that we tell not just the world, but the entire gamut that we cannot really trust to imply a successful future electoral stop of January. We said it at the beginning.
Talk to me about the prospects of the ADC going into 2027 against the background of some of this legal undercurrent rocking the party, and we saw a lot of parallel congresses in some of the states. And in Edo State, for example, the former chairman, so we're told, is still referring to himself as the chairman of the party, came out with a press conference suspending some leaders of the party. What do you make of these challenges, you know, rocking the party, and how does that give a very positive prospect going into 2027?
You know, we are contending with a very serious power, what I would describe as, you know, powerful but unpopular. So the combat we are going to have together will be a combat of a powerful but conscienceless party, which is the APC, and the powerless but conscientious alternative, which is the APC. So what we are seeing now is a reflection of the very polite status of the APC. They are trying their work to wait around. You know, they are sponsoring aggression, and we do not, those aggressions, you know, I must tell you, is of no moment to us. Like the man who has just gone to court, you know, if you see security, is even more serious than that of the governor of the state. Here's a man that when he was still in ADC under the leadership of the man, he had actually only one car. But you see now his convoy is more than 20. We know where it's heading to. Like Alphonse said, when the evil plotter beats his drum for the downfall of the innocent, the gods will not let that happen. And again, let me sound a note of warning to those who are the masterminds of this evil plot, that they should be very careful. At least they try to truncate, God forbid, because you know, good people are there, feel immortal, feel the gods want to destroy. Then the leadership of APC will actually turn back. So let them be very careful. Let us sustain this democratic experiment. Therein lies the future of the country, made Africa, and even the globe, so that we will not be laughing stock from democracy. Okay, Mr. Yusuf, we'll rejoin you in just a moment. If you just join us, still TMI on the ITV network. We've been looking at the recently concluded ADC National Convention, of course in retrospect, and some of the undercurrents bordering on legal issues surrounding the leadership of the party and the conduct of the convention itself, with INEC being absent as a regulator that was supposed to be there to observe it. We will take a short break. When we return, we'll have more conversation on the political scene with our guest who is joining us virtually from Lagos, talking about Barrister Abubakar Yusuf, President of the Patriotic League of Lawyers, also former national spokesman for the Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso presidential campaign in the last general election. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Please stay. Thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Our guest, Abubakar Yusuf Esquire, President, League of Patriotic Lawyers. Once again, thank you for joining us on the program. Let's quickly talk about some of the concerns expressed by some analysts in the build-up to 2027, particularly as it relates to the ADC. ADC has a lot of big political heavyweights in the fold. These are people who have been able to carve a niche for themselves at their, prime, so to speak, and many of them are still at their prime. And one thing that has been a major talking point is that the decision to bring forth a presidential candidate and the pairing of who becomes the presidential candidate and the running mate
is already generating a lot of controversy. Atiku Abubakar is quoted as saying that is the most dominant, maybe vibrant ADC chieftain from the northern extraction. And then you've had the likes of Amechi saying, look, you have a right to contest, but don't forget that age is no longer on your side. Peter Obi is saying, well, if the process is not transparent, he wouldn't mind moving, cross-carpeting, jumping ship up to 20 times. These are discordant tunes, which also shows what the issues are in the APC, in the ADC at the moment. Talk to me about your perspective on how you feel these issues can be worked on, navigated through to ensure that the party really becomes a reference point in terms of being a quality opposition party, coalition opposition party for 2027.
Well, you will discover that the participants you just mentioned, clearly, the Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso was taken out of the equation. He's a very, very quiet achiever, Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso. As a matter of fact, when I cornered him in his Mila residence when he defected, I actually asked him, I said, what do you really want from this coalition? What he told me will shock you. He said he's more interested in the survival of the nation. That if the nation continues in this trajectory, that he's scared that we are going to meet perdition or destruction. So he's more interested. And of all these gladiators you just mentioned, even Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso, the most vibrant, the most popular, and a bit the poorest. It was the entry of Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso into the coalition that gave that coalition the necessary wings to soar and soar very hard. So like we are trying to manage the ambition of all these people, and Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso is playing a role. And actually told me that, managing the coalition members is what is exciting to him, and ensuring that Nigeria as a project, as a country, survives this attrition. So I do not want to be unnecessarily intrusive into what they are doing at that level. And, the dissension is always very common. Like my even native Edo State, you see there's a kind of dissension or disagreement mildly between Dr. Yegu and Senator Rolando Uye. They belong to the different divides. Why Yegu, the former governor, is the former governor, he belongs to the very elitist group, close, he lives in Jare. Senator Rolando Uye is the most, I must say, is the most grassroots dominant figure in the whole of the South. He lives in Ohoro. That shows you the type of crowd he controls. I met him in Abuja whilst we were going to the venue of the convention. He left his crew and came to stay with me when he discovered that I was the former president of Student University of Benin. I'm sure that most of our elitist leaders in the state would not have given me that kind of place. It was so anxious to know what we stand for and why we are not so proactive in coming home and all that. I told him that he will see more of us after the convention. So we are going to marry them. We are going to reconcile the similar thesis and antithesis by way of a beautiful synthesis. I think in matters of days, if not weeks, you are going to hear from the National Caucus how both the ambition and the central and even the state, how we are going to marry it so that this sacred duty of returning Aso Rock to the people's mandate, that is the ADC, is made manifest. And no matter the type of shenanigans, no matter the type of intrusion by the central party, that is the APC, can do us anything. And again, let me call on quickly the fourth estate of the rain, people like you and other channels and newspapers, both the mainstream and the social media, that you should also participate. Because this is an election that is very crucial. And if you don't participate, you have no need to blame what is the outcome. It's either you become part and parcel of the visible page of history, or you be confined to the dustbin of forgotten things. And like I always say, Francis Fanon, born in 1951, he died in born in 1923, died in 1961. He was an Algerian citizen. He was a French citizen. He joined the Algerians when they were fighting the war of independence. He said, tomorrow, the future, will have no pity for those people like you, all members of the Fourth Estate, who possessing the exceptional privilege of being able to speak words of truth to their oppressors, but they are taking refuge in an attitude of passivity, mute indifference, and sometimes of course complicity. I would not want you to be neutral in this whatever. You have seen the 4 years of APC. It has not done us. It has not given us any good thing. So you cannot be neutral. I know by your calling you are supposed to be neutral, but let us join our hands together and show them the way out of Aso Rock. We say this, and we are begging you conscientiously.
Mr. Abubakar, we are neutral. Our role is clearly defined by the Constitution and also by the NBC codes that guides us in whatever we are doing. We provide a platform for views to be canvassed, and these views must be balanced, and every interest will always be carried along just to ensure that we have a very robust conversation on all of these issues. We're having you today on the platform of the ADC. Tomorrow, we'll have an APC chieftain. Next tomorrow, just to ensure everybody has a fair share and it doesn't look like we're trying to take sides. Whatever views, opinions we have is subjective to us. But just to take you on the point, if you look at Nigeria's trajectory in our democratic disposition from 1999, there have been characteristics of political parties, or there have been, things you can use to address or characterize our political parties. Number one, the issue of lack of internal democracy. A Congress is held in Lokoja. By the time the list gets to Abuja, the names are changed. A primaries take place in Edo State, in Benin City. Excuse me. By the time the same list gets to Abuja, names of other people come forth. I mean, these are some of the things we have seen and we are fully aware of in our political journey so far. And it's also very concerning that at the level of the ADC, which is still to a large extent at its formative stage because of the issue that we've seen around, all of these things are still manifesting in the ADC. You would have expected that by the time people who have been through this journey in the past over 2 decades, and then of course they've had experiences in different political parties, they should know what is the right thing to do. Why is it that when we have the opportunity to do the right thing, we rather do the wrong thing, and then it becomes a ground for legal engagement, and then we blame the judiciary, and then we blame the party in power, and then we blame the government in power. Does this make sense to you, Barrister Yusuf?
As a matter of fact, it's actually very disappointing to see this type of shenanigans manifesting itself in our political milieu or political development. But this one is even more pronounced in APC, where you have philosophy of Baba Sokwe. That's why we try to go to court. There's nobody that really is calling the shots in ADC today. So we are taking our destiny back to court. At least the party will be killed by the leadership of the new INEC, where you have this type of bickering. It's more in APC, where the leader of a political party, specifically the president, would parade a caravan of more than 70 SUV, whereas the people that voted for him, they'll be chanting, "Ebi Power, we are hungry." Nobody has that type of thing. Look at the integral part of ADC, for example, our leader, Dr. Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso. He's so anti this capitalist acquisition of wealth. That's part of the reason why we do not go the distance with our talk with APC. I was one of the members that interacted with APC, and when we came back with the results, we could not justify the capitalist acquisition of wealth to the chagrin and to the popularization of the Kit and Kin, the Talakawas. So we didn't have any view there. That's why the people should support this ADC. It's only viable alternative, no matter the fact that they are taking decisive decision to even kill it at its formative stage. But we are going to resist it, like I said. We are going to oppose it, and we are going to replace them. We say this, and we are very, very trenchant and profuse about it.
Just to, pick a leaf from what you just said, you said the ADC happens to be the only viable alternative. Well, just to take you back, but not to take you back, but it's salient. The uncertainty surrounding the picking a presidential representative in the ADC, there are people that are of the standpoint that it erodes public trust in the ADC. What do you have to say about this?
Well, like in any democratic system, that shows democracy at work. If you see people really jostling for positions, especially that of the presidency, it means that it's a democratic understanding. It's a democratic platform. If you go to APC, they are returning Tinubu unopposed. That is not only dictatorial. It is against the wish of the elements of democratic institutions. If you see people jostling for position without necessarily trying to jettison the core value of the party, you know that is democracy at work. We don't believe in one man coming out to say that the entire 30 governors or 36 governors that are affected, not even one is interested in Tinubu's shoes. That shows anti-people, anti-democracy. I think the people should hail ADC for being so democratic. We do not want to know whosoever, like I've told you, we are waiting for the outcome of our primaries, which we are going to announce very soon. And there's a gentleman understanding that if there's a consensus agreement and a man or a party emerges as the leader or the presidential candidate, all other competitors will subsume their private interest and they will pursue that. But that is the only way we can show Nigeria and Nigerians that we are really ready to kick out these canker that are eating deeply into this our political fabric. And I still call on you because whether you are a journalist or not, you are all political animals, as that philosopher will say. When you are not in any particular party, it's either you are a god or you are a beast. So you are not a beast. You must belong. You must vote. And even though you don't externalize, you don't allow that to take the shine off you when you are moderating a program like this. But I know you know in your mind of minds that the APC has failed.
We should abdicate our responsibility, or we should go against the laws governing what we're supposed to do. But that's a matter for another day. Let's talk about something that's been a concern, which has to do with activism, which used to be a major strength in shaping government and governance in Nigerian political corridors in the days of yore. I mean, you have the privilege of being an SUG president, while the likes of Professor Ambrose Sali of blessed memory, Dr. Eso Gbemudi of blessed memory, served this state as governors. Are you concerned that, unlike what we used to have in the days of yore, today activism has waned? And what are your concerns about this?
The same, you see, because the economy is very recent, principled dissent appears to be very uncommon. But you can still see that there are still vestiges of, principled dissent, even in our polity. When you're talking about this, now look at, somebody like Shori, though it's not in our political party, look at his principled stance against the system. Look at Femi Falana, how he stands against the system. He has always been consistent on the part of the people. And indeed, let me quickly mention here and now that we are making efforts to unite the entire youth, to unite the entire system that are against this government. That's why we shall soon open a discussion with the AAC, led by Shori, and even the Rate Group, led by Very Dark Man, so that we'll have a common enemy, and that's the APC. We should push out the APC before we settle down for the spoils of office, so to say, in quotes. So this is the time that all hands must be on deck. Nobody should be spared. Whether you're a journalist, whether you belong to your motto is the revolution now, or Rattle, led by a Very Dark Man, we have a sacred duty to change or clean the change table. If we don't do this, then our children will hold us ransom. The main reason why the government of the day is so this way is because that there's no unity of purpose amongst these splinter groups. If all the youths that we are trying to do should come together, we are going to push them, but it's going to be very easy. And that is the part. That's the part of the problem with the APC. They are scared. When people tell you that they cannot scare me, Tinubu is scared to his parts. He's aware of what is coming. Despite the fact that they have all the governors, so to say, he's still very scared. He doesn't want any formidable party like ADC to come to fruition. But like I tell you, we will continue to push for a stable job. And like I said before, when the evil plotter beats his drum for the downfall of innocent, the gods will not let that drum sound. The ADC has come to stay, and that is the vehicle that will oust Tinubu from office, and I will sound the death knell on APC. Go and mark it, mark today, and come January, we are going to make this thing very, very clear to all and sundry.
Let me take you on a point, Barrister Abubakar. You mentioned some key activists who are very formidable and at the forefront in articulating issues and, of course, engaging Nigerians. You talked about Sowore. You also talked about Very Dark Man. If you've been following what's been happening in the social media space in recent times, these two gentlemen, they've been at parallel lines, so to speak, over certain issues. And then these same people, you've also known them to be people that are very, very displeased with the establishment. When you talk about the establishment, you have a lot of people within that elitist class who are members of the ADC. Some have also described them as part of the problem that Nigeria has had in recent times, because where they've had opportunity to serve, their pedigrees are there, their journeys are there, the impacts that they made, the problems that they created, they are there. So what's the guarantee that these young people that you mentioned, they'll be willing to work with you when they are very much aware of some of the things that the key actors in the ADC have done as far as where the country is today?
Yes, you see, when you know your enemy, the battle is half won. You know, it's the ability or inability, so to say, of bringing these people together that has been the bane of our revolution of change. We are going to attempt to bring all youths and their platforms together so that we first of all push the ruling party out of office. Because I'm sure they are unanimous, both Sowore and Very Dark Man. I don't really know Very Dark Man. I've not met him. We are from the same state and area. But I know Sowore is my very good friend. I'm going to talk to them. Then let us see whether we can really unite and give a formidable struggle, formidable challenge to this evil past that refuse to quit the same. They want to take today, they want to spoil tomorrow. I think they will be very interested in coming together. But let me quickly say this, that the Very Dark Man Sowore, if you are also following the social media, they have reconciled their differences. They actually had none. I think it was just a question of, exuberance support that led to that misunderstanding. I'm happy that they are settled, and I do hope that this will be permanent. And we are going to come into it and ensure that there's really a formidable force, because if you see those people you represent, if they are going to be taken together, it's going to be a very strong force. And I'm sure that's part of the reason why Tinubu is scared, because we are already reconciling them, and we're going to make them assure that the common enemy is taken out. When I say common enemy, I mean the common foe, and that is the APC.
I'll be staying with the issue of the ADC presidential ticket, because it has piqued the attention of a lot of Nigerians, myself included. And you talking, you seem to be very astute in the fact that you believe in the integrity of the ADC. Now, I want to ask you, what should we look forward to? What metrics might be used to award or accord the presidential ticket to the candidates when the time comes? What should we look forward to?
Well, the presidential candidates I have in mind, it's my opinion, matters of opinion, there can be no dispute. Justice, not a disputarium, should be very vibrant, should be able to know the problems of this country, and should be able to have solutions to it. A man who is far removed from the problem of the country, I don't think he'll be able to, it will be part of the solution. So the person we are looking forward to, will be somebody that understands the trajectory of Nigeria and is ready to sacrifice. And it's not going to be business as usual. And we do not want, like I said, I do not want to really let the cat out of the bag now, because there has been a lot of jostling, even in the political sphere. If you ask me as a person, I would say Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso is the most qualified. Why do I say this? If you take Kano as the prototype, you discover that Kano stands tall. And when he entered the coalition, he entered with a lot of vibrancy and potency. Since he entered the equation, Tinubu has not slept. APC too.
Mr. Abubakar, if you're saying in one breath, you're saying that the best person should emerge, the most qualified person should emerge, and in another breath, you're saying Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso is the most qualified. This is akin to what Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is saying, especially in his perspective that he's the most relevant and dominant political figure from the northern extraction, which, you know, is addition to the saying that he's also the most qualified candidate. So we have these discordant tunes already in the ADC, which some say is going to bring forth an implosion in the party, particularly with the process of emergence of a presidential candidate. In any case, what would be your best recommendation in the emergence of a presidential candidate? Direct primaries or consensus?
Let me quickly shock you. You will discover that this is not the first time we are meeting Atiku in a political bickering. When the primaries that ushered in Buhari took place in Testing Balogun Stadium in Lagos here, the Kwankwaso competed in that primaries and he defeated Atiku. You know, he was beaten only by Buhari, closely followed by Rocha Sokurucha and Issa Ndaya. So, you know, Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso is always a talisman. But like I told you, it's not really interested in that. It's interested in forming a formidable group. I will take action, but that's what is engaging him. So like I said, anybody that comes out of the primaries, they have all agreed, all the competitors have agreed that they will unite behind him. Anyone that does not unite, it means the person is not a gentleman. So it's of no moment now, since they are all gentlemen. Atiku is very revered, he's a gentleman. Dr. Musa Rabi Kwankwaso is revered, he's a gentleman. Obi too is very revered, he's also a gentleman. So whosoever wins the election, even Amici, you know, we are going to come together. We are going to convince that, look, what we have at stake is more than our personal ambition, except we no longer believe in rescuing Nigeria for this abyss of destruction, which is dangerously poised. So whatever comes out of the bickering or whatever, it's not too deep. It's an element of an indication that we are very democratic. We don't have one person that will just come out and nobody will want to compete with him, like what is ongoing in the APC. Do you know anybody competing with Tinubu for the role of presidency? Nobody. Because it's sole proprietor. The country should be able to praise us for our democratic credentials, that despite the presence of these heavyweights, they are still bickering for supremacy and all that. I think for now, they should allow us be and let us check out person for the.
Okay, just before we let you go, let's look at some of the issues on the international scene, particularly with the U.S.-Israeli-Iran war that is taking a big toll on the Nigerian economy. And on a global scale, we're seeing the price of fuel gone up, not just in Nigeria, but in other parts of the world. What do you make of Nigerian government's response so far? And what's your forecast on how this will eventually end, talking about the war? The Strait of Hormuz was closed for a long time with sea mines. And that's the first time I'm hearing you have land mines, you have sea mines, and maybe we also have air mines, I don't know. But again, when a 10-day truce was brokered, it was partially open, or it was actually opened. But before you know what's happening, it was closed again. I mean, this is a ding-dong affair as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. What do you make of all of this, and how do you predict the final outcomes?
I'm seeing here now that it's rather unfortunate that America is facing steadily a decline in their position as the ruler or leader of the unipolar world. I think the choice of Donald Trump as the president of America must be very embarrassing to the Americans and even to the globe. You know, this war definitely had no consequence. Even the American, especially from the viewpoint of the US. You know, I do not know how Iran, constitute a threat to America. You know, the flight, the shortest flight from Tehran to maybe Washington, so it's about 14 hours. So America is a guest of, fighting to compensate its domestic failures. That's why they are pursuing under Trump this aggressive foreign policy. So when you see a country that is pursuing aggressive policy, look closely at the domestic policy. You know they are failing gradually. I think Donald Trump has set the motion for the gradual fall of this leader of the unipolar war. And I do hope America will punish Donald Trump come November when they will do their midterm elections by this unwise and short-sighted war is undertaken in the Gulf region. So let us hope. Only recently, the bullying in the White House has taken on the Pope. You know, he has tossed out the Pope, and there's nobody cannot take on. He lacks diplomacy, he lacks style, he lacks finish, and this world where we live in now is a world that is ruled by diplomacy. I wonder why Trump, you know, how he was able to get that position. Actually, Trump had been Nigeria, no matter how backward this the local government election, which is his moral baggage that he carries everywhere. He will not be able to win even a sack of West, local government where I come from. So it's unfortunate. That is what America wants, and that's what they are getting. I think America has failed. It's failing in the war because it has no support. The entire region, except from the Jewish state of Israel, whose motto is Zionism, which has been tagged the modern day apartheid, and then like the apartheid and like the Turkish, Zionism will definitely come crushing in no time. So that's my prediction for the world. That's my prediction to Israel and even to Donald Trump as he tries to gallivant or bully his way around the global tension he has created for America and Americans. And even the globe, including my country, Nigeria, who are suffering the pangs of this unnecessary war.
All right. Thank you very much. Yusuf Abubakar Esquire, President, Patriotic League of Lawyers, former SUG President, University of Benin, and former spokesperson for the Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso Presidential Campaign Council. Thank you so much for your useful insights into all that we looked at in the last couple of minutes. We hope next time we call on you, you will oblige us.
So much. It's been a nice time, discussing with you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a TMI on the ITV network. We'll go straight to our Abuja studio, where my colleague is already on standby to continue the conversation on the show this lovely Monday morning. Please stay with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
It is still this morning on ITV, bringing you to Abuja to look at some issues surrounding the 2027 election preparations. Of course, it has to do with party convention, party primaries, and then names will be submitted, and then, candidates that have been clear to contest for various political parties. But as we speak, there are issues, going on in some of the political parties. The ADC and the PDP have had their conventions, but it appears that of the ADC is shaky because someone is already parading himself as the chairman of that party, and as a result, INEC, we understand, did not, monitor that convention. And we also know that in the PDP, 2 conventions have been held, one in Ibadan, and then the other one, Velodrome, here in National Stadium in Abuja. And the one held in Abuja was supervised, monitored by INEC, which means that to an extent it is valid in the eyes of the law. Yeah, so in all of this, what does it imply as we move, closer to the 2027 general election? And of course, we've seen that even the president himself has come out to say some things in preparation for the 2027. The things he said is that him and the late president are together. That, I mean, he actually took over from himself because they are like Siamese twins. They are close, and when the former president administration was on, it's like it was his administration. And now that he took over from himself, which of course many people believe is a political statement ahead of the 2027 general elections. And so in this discussion, we have political analyst Ben Aguloye, who will be airing his opinion concerning some of the things happening, ahead of the 2027 general election. And he will be doing this via the phone. I know what technology is about. At times it's friendly, and other times, you just be cracking the rock for you to get through. He's on call, but it appears that the line is not responding. Ben Aguloye will establish another call with him to see if it's going to be possible, so he can give us his opinion concerning the EC of the Federal High Court, the one that the Supreme Court in the coming days, which is in 48 hours. Very good morning to you, Mr. Ben Aguloye.
Good morning, Mr. Tobu.
It's Joseph Kadri.
Good morning.
All right, so quickly, the issue is around 2027 elections, and we're taking a look at various party conventions. ADC has had, PDP had, and of course the ruling party, we saw that mammoth crowd at Eagle Square. And then, the issues with two of these major opposition parties, the PDP and the ADC, having issues even at the Supreme Court. In 48 hours, Supreme Court will look at these both factions within the ADC and PDP filed. And of course, we also look at the
Independent television is 29. Hooray! The
clear indication that the rather result to that than to the government. A lot of internal crises in the parties are self-inflicted, and they came out of a desire and the deliberate intentions of individuals, not because now, who cannot follow their own internal they gain power. I don't see there being any law in the nation. So if I have the mind of the public, I would rather see people who cannot organize their local party, which is like their family, should not be trusted with running the nation. I think that is absolutely very clear. You don't do things by the pattern of blackmailing others. You do things by obeying your own internal rules. If your internal rule says people have certain rights and privileges, and some people who are not newcomers are not supposed to, the proper thing is that for you to have an extraordinary meeting, an emergency convention, and then you change the rule, then admit the people, assigning them the rights and privileges that you think they should have. But when that is not done, and then you just run it right shoulder because you think your establishment, because you think you own the system and do and should not be trusted with it. To regret it. So I think that is to that. Of course, as for the president saying he took over from himself, that is political correctness. We all know that he did not take over from himself. We all know that if they are the fact that they did not want him to take over, and the fact was that he did not participate in many things that were done. We know what is done from 2015 to 2019. So if he's coming up today to say he took over from himself, I think that it's a mere statement of political correctness because he perhaps wanted to appeal to the sentiment of some people. He never took over from himself.
Good morning, jolly good morning. This is CMI Socials. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Or better still call me a social media butterfly. And I'll tell you what, today we begin in Abuja, where over the weekend we saw our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu dismissed criticism of his administration's performance, saying that those who fail to see ongoing progress may need eyeglasses to appreciate the government's achievement. While speaking at the State House during a meeting with Renewed Hope ambassadors, Tinubu defended his economic and governance reforms, insisting that his administration remains committed to lifting Nigerians out of poverty and sustaining democracy. Anyway, let's take a listen.
This economy, I think I have to look back, because the truth is, I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. The life voyage is not going to be easy. And so many of you that are traveling with me, I can only stand before you and say you will not regret it. That is why we ask you to renew their hope. If they don't want to see the hope and the roads that we bridge and the children we raise and the economy we are growing, we lend them Jiggy Bola. We give them eyeglasses. I can assure you, this is whatever you say I do. But one thing that you...
Well, there you have it. If you cannot see the good work our president is doing, he's going to give you eyeglasses. Thank God I have my glasses on this morning. Well, how did you take this online? We'll see how you have been reacting to this interesting conversation on socials. Now, let's start with this user on X who wrote, if we could have our first reaction. This user wrote, Nigerians will clap for anything. Okay, another user still on Instagram this time. This one says, thank you so much for letting us know, but my question is, why are you complaining that you inherited a bad economy if you took over from yourself? Well, Away from that, let's move over to my second interesting conversation for you this morning. It says the Nigeria's military says more than 700 repentant Boko Haram terrorists who surrendered during the fight against insurgency in the northeast are ready to be reintegrated into society after completing a government rehabilitation program. Now, the disclosure was made by Yusuf Ali, the coordinator of Operation Safe Corridor, during a media tour of the program's de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration camp in Gombe State. Now, interestingly, pictures of this have been flying all over social media with a lot of persons reacting to this as we move over to a couple of reactions. Now, we'll start off with this user who wrote on X, if they will be reintegrated into the society, why are they sending our soldiers to die in the bush? To the point a brigadier general was lost. Why are they dismissing soldiers that complained about fairness? Federal government is not ready to end this terrorism. Now, according to Yasin. Okay, well, still on the story, this user says, the real question is whether there is any psychosocial assessment, okay, happening before these individuals return to civilian life, and whether they receiving communities have any say or support structure. The number means nothing without the methodology. While still on this news, this user wrote, I can never understand what level of repentance this is. What about their victims? Good questions. And the questions just keep on coming in on socials. But away from that, we'll move over to Lagos State, where over the weekend we saw that the Lagos State government says it has deployed 1,710 functioning public toilets across the state. Now, it also is directing filling stations, banks, and other businesses to open their restrooms to the general public as part of efforts to eliminate open defecation. Let's take a look. Well, reacting to this online, trust netizens to do the Lord's work. We'll start off with this one here, Hilton X. That's a great initiative, but I only hope for two things. First, that it's either free or at least affordable for the people. And second, that it remains well maintained. Absolutely. Another user on X reacting, still this user wrote, I saw a bench close to one of the toilets. Someone is already collecting Owo Omonile, Lagos and tax collecting in 5 and 6. While reacting to the story online, still this user wrote, nines, when government works, we commend them. I beg, make them maintain I feel like everybody has been talking about the maintenance culture that we have in Nigeria. And let's see that other states can also, key into the public toilet system. Beautiful one. Now, moving over to my fourth story for you for today will be a viral video from the Redeemed Christian Church of God Auditorium. The new auditorium has sparked reactions after reports claimed it can accommodate about 6 million worshippers, with plans for expansion that could raise capacity to 12 million. Now let's take a look at the video that went viral. I was wondering right now how To Kill a Monkey soundtrack got into that video, but trust social media users to react to this interesting one, with this user writing on X. If the structure were to be factory, it would have been more beneficial to the nation rather than farming people's energy. Okay, another user online wrote, there are many people who have gotten employment from the church, healed supernaturally, and were also given free access to healthcare. Many young ones whose educational problem were solved through the church, and I could go on. The church is not just solving spiritual problems alone. While still reacting to this viral video, this user wrote, show me a church around the world with this size, but these countries are improving every day. But here, where we are all about religion, nothing to show for it. Nigerian pastors are one of the richest pastors around the world. Same goes to church auditorium in a crumbling economy, and netizens went on and on and on. But that's how we get to wrap up TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. I am Anuluakpo Stevens, and thank you so much for joining us this morning on ITV. From all of us, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in the Dole State, we'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Okada zima Esama zima dio Ebuna zima dio Obala zima dio Manawe Maari Esama dio na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Ema dio Wena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba No get Tony Maga Not Yami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewudori Ima Adi Awogene All the Tiagmo Yano Emi Magame We need just to know me afar.
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Nwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year. New vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Gbajúmọ̀.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
On the network news tonight, retired police officers Aso Rock Villa Gate over pension scheme. PDP moves to calm nerves, promises primary crisis. Suspected kidnappers murder young man, abduct lady in Auchi, Esaku West local government area. Plus, Nigerian Army flags off 2026 Inter-Brigade Corporals competition in Benin. A beautiful evening, Nigeria, and welcome to the Network News on Independent Television, reaching you live from the nation's capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I've been joined by Sonny Duke Okosun from our Benin Network studio. Hi, Sonny, good evening. Trust you had a great day.
Sure, I did. And of course, your radiance reflects that your day has been wonderful. Welcome to the ITV Main News tonight. It's always a delight to have you join us on the news.
Many thanks, Sonny. I had a splendid day. And now the news begins from our Abuja Network studio. Retired personnel of the Nigerian Police Force and their families on Monday blocked a gate of the presidential villa in Abuja in protest against their continued inclusion in the contributory pension scheme. The protesters, under the aegis of the Police Forum of Nigeria, described the scheme as fraudulent, illegal, inhumane and obnoxious, calling on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to assent to the police exit bill. According to the retirees, the bill passed by the National Assembly on December 4, 2025 and transmitted to the presidency on March 16, 2026 would remove police personnel from the CPS if signed into law.
Nigeria police do that. Nigeria police do this. At the end of the day, at the end of 35 years, nothing to show. Yes. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
We are a very senior stakeholder. Yes. Retirees are scattered all over Nigeria. We will use our vote judiciously. We will use our family judiciously to determine our future in the coming election.
We want him to use his good office, as we know him, to sign and exit us from contributing pension scheme and establish police pension board for us.
Leading the protest, the national coordinator of retired police officers, Professor CSP Raphael Iru, retired, said the demonstration was aimed at urging the president to act on the legislation. Irowainu lamented that while other security agencies have been removed from the scheme, police personnel remain included.
Purpose as the insurgency in the country is getting so rampant.
It's not the first by retired police officers over the issue. In July 2025, retirees staged a similar demonstration at the National Assembly demanding their removal from the scheme. Some of the demonstrators, many of them elderly, also protested at the force headquarters in Abuja, decrying what they described as poor pension conditions on CPS. In other news, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and the national leader of the People's Democratic Party, Nyesom Wike, has urged party members not to panic over the Supreme Court judgment on the party's leadership crisis. This is as the national chairman assured of transparent and credible primaries. They stated this on Monday during the party's 108th National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja. Joseph Kadri reports that the meeting was attended by key party stakeholders, including former Senate President Bukola Saraki and other prominent figures.
The meeting commenced shortly after the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, arrived at the NEC Hall located at the PDP National Secretariat. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki, alongside former governors Samuel Otom and Ahmed Makarfi, were among dignitaries present at the 108th NEC meeting of the PDP. Speaking at the gathering, Wike urges members not to panic over the leadership crisis currently before the Supreme Court to adjudicate, noting that holding the meeting at the party secretariat affirms the legitimacy of the leadership, affirms the legitimacy of the current leadership.
Matter is in the court. I believe that our lawyers are doing great work, and I want to leave it for our lawyers because we have confidence in our lawyers that they are doing great work. God, who has led us this far, can never abandon us. Now we are together. We must not stop as a consolation. The more, the merrier. And it will let us not say those who have defected, let them go. No.
In his remarks, the national chairman stated that the PDP is set to conduct transparent and credible primaries in line with the party's constitution and relevant provisions of the Electoral Act.
The PDP is set to conduct transparent, credible and inclusive primaries across all levels in strict compliance with the extant law and democratic best practice, determined to produce candidates who are reflect with the will of our members.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Board of Trustees and the Senate Minority Leader call on members to embrace unity, set aside bitterness, and work towards rebuilding the party.
Must now translate into deeper cohesion. There is no room for exclusion. Rather, there should only be room for inclusion.
To reposition the PDP once more, to reconnect to our winning ways once more.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
In insecurity now, suspected armed herders have killed 5 people in fresh attack on the Say Amin community in Mbapa Council Ward, Gwer West local government area of Benue State. According to locals, some suspected armed herders invaded the community on Saturday night and unleashed an attack on the sleepy community. The spokesperson for the State Police Command, DSP Udeme Edet, who confirmed the attack to journalists in a telephone interview on Monday, said 4 bodies were recovered. The state governor, Hyacinth Alia, while hosting the abducted passengers who regained their freedom in the government house on Sunday, had sympathized with the people of the local government and urged security agents to ensure that the perpetrators were apprehended. For more news on ITV's network, we now take you to our Benin Network studio where Sonny is standing by. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you once again, Joyce. From Benin Network studio, less than 2 months after 3 young girls were kidnapped at the Igbira Camp Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Esako West local government area, Edo State, suspected kidnappers on Sunday struck in the neighborhood. Edo North correspondent Anthony Igbano reports that the tragic incident has heightened concerns over insecurity at Igbira Camp close to an army checkpoint. The young man, identified as Christopher Aduro, was killed while resisting the suspected kidnappers who attempted to abduct a female companion riding with him on a motorcycle. Despite his efforts, he was overpowered and totally attacked while the assailants fled the scene with the woman, prompting urgent calls from residents for stronger security measures, swift rescue efforts, and decisive action to bring those responsible to justice. The victim rushed to the General Hospital Auchi, where he was confirmed dead. The Nigerian Army on Monday flagged off the 2026 2-division inter-brigade corporals and below competition in Benin City with a call for discipline, resilience and excellence among participating officers and soldiers. The 4-day event is aimed at improving combat proficiency, leadership skills, organizational ability and teamwork among soldiers of junior ranks in preparation for addressing prevailing security challenges. Jolade Ojo reports.
The 4 Brigade Parade Ground at the
Nigerian Army cantonment in Kenwan, Benin City, played host to the commander, 4 Brigade Benin, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, commanding officers and formations including 4 Brigade Benin, 12 Brigade Lokoja, 22 Brigade Lorin, 32 Brigade Akure, 42 and 52 Engineer Regiment Ibadan, as well as 2 Division Garrison Ibadan. Declaring the event open, the General Officer commanding 2 Division, Major General Chinedu Inebefe, represented by the commander, 4 Brigade Benin, Brigadier General Ahmed Balogun, he said necessary measures have been put in place to ensure a itch-free competition. He urged participants and officials to take the exercise seriously and adhere strictly to the rules.
It is hoped that all the competitors will make good use of this opportunity and be worthy ambassadors of their formation as well as the Nigerian Army at large. Permit me to use this opportunity to thank the Chief of Army Staff for providing the needed resources to host this very important competition.
Participating formations took the oath of ceremony, after which they were inspected by senior officers. The teams then engaged in parade and drill exercises, marking the first phase of the competition. Events such as combat swimming, combat cross-country run and obstacle crossing, weapon handling and firing, as well as map reading will continue over the next 3 days, leading up to the grand finale on April 23rd, 2026. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
Madam Esther Idahosa, the late mother of Edo State Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has been eulogized as a woman of kindness who used her personality for the service of humanity. A former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Dr. Pius Odubu, and other notable personalities gave the tributes during a condolence visit to the Deputy Governor at his residence in Benin City. Deborah Ogbefun has details.
Former Deputy Governor of Edo State, Dr. Pius Odubu, Senator Matthew Roide, and former Attorney General of the state, Professor Yinka Omogbe and her husband, and others condoled with the Idahosa household over the passage of their mother, Madam Esther Idahosa.
It's not the number of years that matter, the quality of life she lived. She touched lives all the way from Uboko Ward in Yogorion to Igboba's wide in Southwest. She will be missed, no doubt.
Also at the residence of Right Honorable leaders, friends, and family members. In his response, Right Honorable Idahosa says the family is not mourning, but celebrating a woman who, through her kindness, imparted on humanity.
Mom was an amazing woman, a prayer warrior, a woman of faith, a virtuous woman, and a mother to all. She was extremely generous. We are going to miss her dearly.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, also received members of Pima Edo State Elders Forum, led by Roland Igbinigi, popularly known as Akabaman. They were in his office to commiserate with him.
I want to, on behalf of my family, appreciate the Elders Forum of Pima for this remarkable visit. God has called my mom home. While she was here on earth, she spent about 95 years to the glory of God.
In Benin, Deborah Ogbefun, ITV News.
Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASTMA, says it swiftly responded to a tragic road incident that resulted in the death of a roadside hawker at Okokomaiko alongside a separate collision at Ogudu Inward Toll Gate, where 7 were injured and were successfully rescued. The agency said the incident at Okokomaiko involved a Lexus Jeep, leading to the untimely death of an adult male hawker. The numerical strength of the new coalition party, African Democratic Congress ADC, has received a boost in Edo Central Senatorial District, with members from other political parties across 5 local government areas in Edo Central joining its fold. The defectors were received into the ADC by the Edo State factional chairman of the party, Chief Tony Alile, and other leaders of the party during a declaration by an House of Assembly aspirant for Eastern Southeast constituency, Engineer Barnabas Ojo. Francisca Igenebale reports that the declaration held at the premises of a former governorship aspirant, Kenneth Imaswabo Esquire, in the Wohimi Eastern Southeast local government area. The report is presented by Efosa Uwangwe.
What was intended to be a declaration by Engineer Barnabas Odion and a local government meeting of the ADC turned out to receive new members by the newly elected state executive led by Tony Alile. Addressing the defectors, Mr. Alile and other members of the state executive of the ADC expressed delight that the party is waxing stronger and thanked the new members for aligning with the ADC. Mr. Alile and Ken Imaswabo advised the defectors to work together to build the party, especially through membership drive to rescue Nigeria.
Today's defection is a tsunami. It is historical. It is an expression against the tyranny of Tinubu government. The pain.
So ADC has come to stay. No matter the intimidation, no matter the harassment, ADC has come to stay.
High point was the presentation of ADC membership cards to the defectors, including Engineer Barnabas Odion, who thereafter declared his House of Assembly aspiration for Eastern Southeast constituency.
The proud member of
ADC is the moving train that will bring change to this our nation. By the special grace of God, I am presenting myself to run for the position of the Edo State House of Assembly.
Responding after receiving the ADC membership card, Engineer Barnabas Odion thanked the leadership of the newly elected state executive for welcoming them to the party, assuring them of working with other members to move the party forward.
I've seen what is happening in Nigeria today, and the only vehicle that can bring change to Nigeria today is ADC. That is why I decided with my people to join the ADC.
Other members also thanked the party for doing the same. From Ewoyimi, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV.
A House of Representatives aspirant for Ego Ubaha Federal Constituency under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Dr. Owo Tai Garrick, has promised to attract foreign investors to boost economic development in the constituency if elected. Dr. Garrick made the promise at the Ego Party Secretariat during his declaration, which was attended by party leaders, ward executives, and supporters. Ofuri Aneto reports.
Arriving in a large crowd from 5 Junction to the Ego Party Secretariat, Dr. Owo Tai Garrick was received by party executives and supporters who threw their weight behind his ambition. Addressing party faithful, the House of Representatives hopeful promised free health care and the attraction of foreign investors to drive economic development in the area, among other initiatives, while seeking nomination and support.
So I'm begging you now. That's what I ask you to fight, because it is the turn of the God. God will give us victory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Some APC leaders at the event expressed confidence in his aspiration, describing him as a capable candidate with the capacity to deliver effective representation if elected.
It is the turn of Ego local government, and Dr. Garrick is a worthy son of Ego local government, and he is qualified
as others who are contesting from the local government.
Dr. Garrick have done so well so far in the local government, and pray for him to seek through in the next incoming primaries.
Come January 2027, I will indeed be elected into the House of Representatives for Eko and Ikobaoha, and I'm confident that my mission and vision is to ensure that I attract service and to attract development to my people. They put forward the best policies that favor my people, to favor my constituents.
From Benin, Ofure and Netta, ITV News.
A United States-based public policy and healthcare administrator and founder, ACE Healthcare Information Management System, Dr. Ernest Iyere Ahamoche has formally declared his intention to contest Edo Southeast constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly 2027 election. Emmanuel Akpoloro reports that the ceremony, which took place at the APC Secretariat in Ubiaja, featured a youth summit where the aspirant reeled out his roadmap for youths and members of his constituency. Joy Obaisiabo completes the report.
Warm reception as the House of Assembly aspirant Dr. Ernest Ahamoche arrived at the APC Secretariat in Ubiaja to declare his intention to contest Esan Southeast constituency seat at the Edo State House of Assembly. This ceremony, which was not a speech-making one, afforded the aspirants the opportunity to read out his agenda if given the ticket and elected.
I intend to help my people because the Governor Pebolo, has been doing a lot for the people. So it's now time for us to assist him, to support him in everything he's doing. I've been connected with my immediate constituency, and now I want to share it to the East and Southeast people for them to enjoy the benefit. The people need me, and I also need the people.
The APC chairman, Esan Southeast Local Government Area, Elder Godi Obainoke, and leader of the party, Honorable R.O. Oyedo, who were moved by the aspirant's ambition to serve the people, offered prayers for him.
All-knowing God, you created it and know that today, like this, will happen. Father Lord, honor him. Meet him at the point of need in Jesus' name. God will help you. To help you succeed, to help us.
Earlier, the House of Assembly aspirants organized a summit for youths of Esan Southeast constituency in Ubiaja.
I won't tell you now. And this summit is something we will continue. You all are the backbone of this great party. The youths of Esan Southeast are ready to engage, ready to contribute, and ready to lead. Let us remember where we are coming from. Dr.
Ernest Iyere Ahamoche holds a PhD in Public Policy and Healthcare Administration. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
A victory party has been held in honor of Dr. Mary Alile Idele on her re-election as All Progressives Congress APC National Woman Leader. With her re-election, Dr. Mary Alile will pilot the affairs of women in the party for her second tenure of 4 years. Jonah Omowa reports.
The Victory Party, which held in Benin City, attracted dignitaries and guests from within and outside Benin City, including the Edo South APC leader and a former deputy governor of Edo State, Dr. Pius Odubu, a former secretary to the Edo State government, and APC Edo South senatorial aspirant, Pastor Osagieze Iyamo, was characterized by speeches, singing, and dancing. Leaders and guests in separate remarks congratulated Dr. Mary Idele Alile for her victory.
Congratulate you for your second tenure. Just ask you to keep on keeping on. You have never hidden your love for God. I also believe that has helped you to be who you are.
You have come back for your second tenure. May God continue to give you more wisdom.
She can go into every nook and cranny just to bring
bring out something for the women.
This is just the beginning. One day she will go higher and become the first female minister of Edo State.
The celebrant, whose joy knew no bound, called for increased female representation in the 2027 elections.
I want to encourage you. The reserve seat bill for women, perhaps it's not for me, but it's for your children. So support that bill, shine that bill, post that bill, talk that bill, sleep that bill, so that that bill can be passed.
My wife has been a wonderful woman and a woman with tremendous grace. I want to thank God for her life.
Others in attendance were APC local government chairmen, legislators, religious and traditional leaders, youth and women support groups. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
A businessman and grassroots politician, Terry Igebo, has solicited the support of leaders of APC Ugboko Ward to actualize his ambition to represent Orion South constituency at the Edo State House of Assembly. Terry Igebo made the appeal at Ward 5, Ugboko Neo Ward, where he declared his intention to contest the position in the 2027 election. Ikmomusa Ugiagbe reports.
Supporters and APC faithful accompanied the House of Assembly aspirant Terry Igebo to the Ward 5 APC Secretariat in Ugboko-Neo, Orion local government area, Edo State. He was received by the ward chairman, Comrade Obey Henry, joined by other executive members and party leaders in the ward. Addressing the gathering, the House of Assembly hopeful emphasized the need for adequate representation to project the constituency and attract development to the area. He solicited the support of the leaders to get the ticket of the party during the primary election. Responding, Chairman APC Ward 5, Orion local government area, Comrade Henry Obey, described Terry Igebo as someone who has over the years demonstrated love for his people.
I praise your capacity and all those who have done for us. I have no doubt that you can do more. You must do everything to reach out to all our persons.
Some supporters of the House of Assembly hopeful say he has the capacity to represent Orion South constituency adequately.
Because Terry is able and willing, obviously is a core APC member. I think he choosing to run again is a welcome development, and of course he'll be able to bring the dividends of democracy to our people in Orion South.
If he's been nominated and voted into Edo State House of Assembly, Orion South constituency, it will be a square peg in a square hole.
By the grace of God, the word they granted him, go ahead, they pray for him for a successful journey.
As preparation for the election gathers momentum, Terry Igebo is expected to visit other wards ahead of the primaries. Ikmomusa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Success Ewosa Wigbe has formally declared his intention to contest for the Ovia Northeast Constituency 1 seat in the Edo State House of Assembly under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Jonah Omowa reports that the declaration was made before party leaders, family members and supporters in Benin City. The report.
Mr. Success Ewosa Wigbe, accompanied by supporters and party faithful, was warmly received by the leaders of Ovia Northeast Constituency 1 of the All Progressive Congress, where he formally announced his bid to contest for the Ovia Northeast Constituency 1 seat in the Edo State House of Assembly. He promised not to disappoint his people and pledged to offer effective representation that will impact positively on his constituents.
A lot is going to change. There's a new phase in the Ovia Northeast Constituency 1. Mine is to come and bring proper representation to the people of Ovia Northeast Constituency 1. For 8 years, we have lacked that proper representation. Take the message of the people to Anthony Nauro's house so that I can work with the governor, our amiable governor, on his China agenda and make sure that development comes down to the people of Ovia Northeast Constituency 1.
Some party leaders and supporters from Ovia Northeast Constituency 1 expressed confidence in the ability of Mr. Success Ewosa Wigbe to deliver the dividend of democracy to his constituents.
We've done our best for this party.
in terms of delivering. If you look at the last governorship election in Ovia Northeast, we came out first in terms of results for Governor Okpebholo. And I think it is our turn for us to produce the House of Assembly, because from the inception, our ward has never produced House of Assembly.
He has also been helping people, not just helping the party at the ward level where he comes from, Ofumegbe, to win every election.
We, the Niger Delta indigenes that are in Edo, we have confidence in success, and that's why we are solidly behind him. I will continue to give him support.
The declaration event was also attended by ward chairmen, youths, and women's support groups. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
As part of efforts to tackle flooding and improve environmental sustainability in Edo State, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nusa Adams, has embarked on an inspection of ongoing drainage evacuation projects across key areas in Benin Metropolis. The report by Shalom Onwara is presented by Monsa Ugiagbe.
The inspection tour took the commissioner to major flood-prone areas, including Ugbawo Lagos Road, Uselu Lagos Road, and Siloko Road, that have long suffered from poor drainage and recurrent flooding. At each site, Honorable Nusa Adams assessed the level of work done, engaging directly with engineers and project managers overseeing the drainage evacuation operations.
The governor has ordered that we should quickly, as a matter of urgency, deseat those ponds, both the one by the fence of the SRT and the two inside the SRT, after which we will now through the underground culvert, so that this water on the express will immediately leave. And when it rains, you can't see water here again. We have the full cooperation of the military. The commandant and his men and officers have been very helpful. They have been cooperating with us to ensure that we do effective and efficient work here. A one-time solution.
Engineers at each site visited explained that the evacuation process involves clearing blocked drainage channels, removing accumulated debris, and expanding water pathways to ensure free flow during heavy rainfall.
In a couple of days, once we are through desilting this pond, we are going to open this channel, which is the box cover, so that all this stagnant water that we have here can flow through to this pond.
For now, the work is been going well and everything is okay.
Director of Flood and Erosion Control, Greg Obasogie, highlighted the importance of the exercise.
All the major streets that have flooding problems within the metropolis is where the governor has directed and we currently work on. As you are aware, the rains are already setting in, so we need to ensure that those channels and receptacles are free.
The Commissioner, Honorable Nusa Adams, reiterated government's commitment to addressing environmental challenges, emphasizing that sustainable flood control requires infrastructural intervention. Ikmomusa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
A fast-growing business enterprise in Benin City, MM2 Mall, has been officially opened by the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of MM2 Enterprises Limited, Sir Emmanuel Naji, located at Kilometer 7, Benin-Lagos Expressway, Isiolo, Benin City. The ceremony, which coincided with the 15th wedding anniversary celebration of Sir Emmanuel Naji and his wife, Lady Nora Naji, attracted dignitaries including High Chief Kenneth Ifekudu, representative of the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, former Speaker, Delta State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Monday Ibuya, President of Ofobuike Intellectual Union, and other well-wishers. Ofori Aneta again completes the report.
The official opening of the multi-purpose mall, which houses shopping, dining and lifestyle outlet, was presided over by the parish priest of St. Albert Catholic Church, University of Benin, Reverend Father Jude Chika Anara.
Declare the shopping mall open in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Chairman on the occasion, High Chief Kenneth Ifekudu, congratulated the celebrants on the mall opening and their 15th wedding anniversary.
With my friends and brothers who did not only turn 15 years in marriage, but is opening an edifice today to mark that anniversary. My prayers is that good thing will never depart in your home.
A major highlight of the event was the cutting of the anniversary cake by the Unaji family. In his remarks, CEO of MM2 Mall, Sir Emmanuel Ndanefo, and his wife, Lady Nora, described the mall as a one-stop marketplace where quality and affordability meet excellent customer service.
MM2 has evolved. We are looking for anything, quality, affordability, and good customer service. Come to MM2 Mall.
Today marks our 15th wedding anniversary and the opening of our new mall. So I'm very happy.
Guests also congratulated the couple and commended the initiative.
It's 15 years of marriage. It's just the beginning. I wish him very, very many more years.
We are here to rejoice with him. And we thank God for everything he has done for the family.
MM2 will be a household name in Benin City.
MM2 Mall is located at Kilometer 7, Benin-Lagos Expressway, Isio, Benin City. From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
Over 200 women in Edo State are being trained free for 2 weeks in basic computer literacy, PowerPoint presentation, setting up online businesses, and other aspects of ICT. The training is facilitated by Women, Our Voice, Our Votes Ventures, and Niger Delta Initiative is in collaboration with Edo State government through the Office of the First Lady, Desili Okbebolo Anani. Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
The week-long training is to equip participants with digital skills for entrepreneurship and productivity, with Edo State as the 26th state in Nigeria to host the free ICT program. Founder and national coordinator, Women, Our Voices, Our Votes, Dr. Mary Mena Akpoguma Okomose, said the empowerment aims to ensure that participants get the requisite skills in computing and ICT to increase their chances of employability and productivity.
When you have this basic knowledge, there are so many things you can do. So these will help the women create job opportunities for them, be self-reliant, be women that can take care of themselves and take care of their family and support their husbands. When you have these required skills in this country, you get what you want to get. You get the job positions, you get it.
A resource person, Jibril Lamar, said participants at the end of the day will be exposed to knowledge of different aspects of computing, creating social media accounts, and other ICT skills.
The 2 weeks training with an intensive assessment that would encompass everything that we have tutored them for the span of 10 days, which they are going to be graded and obviously given certificates at the end of the program.
Some of the participants comment on their expectations.
Being computer literate in the world that we are today, we're going to be useful to ourselves, useful to the society.
You can use it in business, in schools, anywhere you find yourself.
We've been able to learn what the hardware is and some part of the software of the computer. Know how to progress. We'll go further into it to learn more.
Outstanding trainees will be exposed to further training in robotics and other areas. The 2 weeks program also comes with a 3 months follow-up training to enable participants be self-reliant. From Benin, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
Madame Vero Ekua Idaosa has been described as a virtuous woman who was very impactful in her community, devoted and deeply rooted in family values while alive. Ibrahim Adediji reports that dignitaries from all walks of life and family members poured their encomiums on the woman when they gathered to bid a final farewell at the climax of Vero's rite, which commenced with interment and followed by a Thanksgiving service at New Covenant Gospel Church, Potter's House, as well as a social dance. The report is presented by Fosa Uwangwe.
At the Thanksgiving service of Madame Vero Ekua Idaosa, who passed on at the age of 78, Reverend Indidi Chukuman offered prayers and commended her children for the unity and strong bond among them, describing it as a reflection of the values instilled by their late mother.
Thank God for the grace given to you all to perform the rite of passage. perform it successfully.
A brother of the woman, Engineer Sunday Oriahi, described her as a very hard-working, strong character, while urging family members to uphold her legacies by remaining steadfast in the Christian faith.
My wish is that they continue with the legacy their father and their mother have left behind, because the mother most especially was a good Christian. Even the father, you know, they both served the Lord.
Also speaking, the son, Samuyi Idahosa, described her late mother as a loving and exceptional woman, praying she rest in peace. Her daughter, Mrs. Grace Ogbefu, remembered her as a selfless and ever supportive, appreciating her sacrifices.
Kind and loving. In fact, I've never seen a sweet soul. I pray she will be found among the angels.
She's an easygoing woman, calm, God-fearing, always ready to assist and pray.
Honorable Nosa Okumbo spoke on the supremacy of a mother, thanking God for blessing her with good children and offering prayers for their lives and unity. Also speaking, Dr. Muyu Kazim urged the children to remain together and uphold their mother's legacy.
She means everything to us. We miss her greatly.
Very dedicated mother, very religious mother, loving and caring mother.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Monday's edition of News and Current Affairs Breakfast television program this morning on ITV focused on Nigeria's political landscape and the growing concerns over insecurity, with experts offering varied perspectives from across the country. The report by Ehisu Namure is presented by Williams Yama.
From Benin, President of the League of Patriotic Lawyers, Barrister Yusuf Abubakar, who joined virtually, weighed in on the African Democratic Congress National Convention, raising legal questions over the absence of INEC officials during the exercise. He stressed the need for strict adherence to electoral laws to ensure credibility in party processes. From Abuja, public affairs analyst Ben Agunloyi examined the build-up to 27 general elections, highlighting internal party crisis, the role of the judiciary, and growing concerns about allegations of one-party states. He called for stronger democratic institutions to safeguard political balance.
A lot of internal crises in the parties are self-inflicted, and they came out of a desire and the deliberate intentions of individuals, not the
Meanwhile, in Lagos, political analyst Kenny Olugbemi reacted to the federal government's integration of over 700 repentant terrorists into the society, urging authorities to ensure proper monitoring and rehabilitation to prevent relapse into violence.
It will be very clear for us to have an informed perspective of the people they are graduating, so that Nigeria will have a clear overview of these people in clear terms on what they antecedent, what they've done. Nigerians will be in the best position to now judge where we now expect the voice of the people to matter.
Analysts emphasize transparency and stronger institutions to deepen Nigeria's democracy. William Siam, ITV News.
On the foreign scene, tensions between the United States and Iran has escalated after U.S. military seized an Iranian container ship near the Gulf just as before planned peace talks in Islamabad, Pakistan. Nigeria's Flamingos in the final qualifying round for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. The Guineans defeated Niger Republic 3-0 in the second leg of their qualifying fixture in Conakry. They won the contest 8-2 on aggregate following their first 5-2 triumph in the first leg. The winner of the Flamingos versus Guinea clash will qualify for the 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. The Flamingos set up camp in Abuja for the clash with fellow West Africans last week. Newly appointed head coach Akim Busari invited 36 players to camp for the team's preparations. And that's a wrap on the ITV News tonight. Thank you for your time. Good night.
the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesuwa Usa Owagie. Last week we talked about menopause, and a lot of people sent me messages, particularly when the doctor mentioned andropause, that men suffer their own too. That they suffer andropause, and so we're saying, wait a minute, this andropause. What are the signs and symptoms? And so today, I'm keeping to my promise of bringing a doctor to come and talk about andropause. Is it a myth or a fact? Join me as I make welcome Dr. Bright Onyovo-Kuko, founder, Indomitable Youth Organization, and is here to talk to us about andropause. Hello, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Viewers.
Yeah, it's been a while. You threw me for corner.
Seriously.
Thank you for being our guest today. So we want to talk about andropause. In women, we have menopause. And so in men, we also have andropause. So, doctor, talk to us. What is this andropause all about?
Well, like you rightly mentioned, women have menopause and men have andropause. And when we talk about andropause, it has to do with some form of hormones.
Okay.
You know, the hormones that the men have is testosterone.
Okay, testosterone.
Compared to the women that have estrogen. So it is that hormone, that is what makes a man who he is. That's what makes the man have his special features. So as age increases and with other factors also, that hormone will start declining. And that decline of that hormone is what is referred to as the andropause.
Okay, so in women, every woman experiences menopause.
Yes.
Is this same with the man? Is it every man that experiences andropause?
Every man experiences andropause. But the difference between the man and the woman is that while the woman could happen almost suddenly and she will be having some symptoms, for the man, it's a gradual thing. The man may not even, some men may not even notice it. They may not even be able to even say something. They never, it will not come like those kind of flushes that the women have.
Experience.
And of course, it also varies from one man to another. So it's not just like
it's not a general.
Yeah, it's not a general. Just not just like menopause, but it comes in gradually.
So what is the common symptoms then that we can put our hands on that, hey, this na andropause, so, you know? What's the common symptom?
So that's why it is usually misunderstood. Like I said, it has to do with the hormone. So if you want to actually get to know, maybe let's mention the hormone, but again, low energy, fatigue, tiredness, loss of interest in sex drive, which is referred to as a low libido, could actually come in.
That's for the man.
Yes, that's for the man. Yeah.
Okay, so at what age? We know that women, we have certain age, even though some come earlier. At what age does a man start to experience andropause?
Okay, you see, like I said, the reason why it is misunderstood is that it does not happen immediately. When a man is already 30, from the 30s, the testosterone level will be dropping gradually. Even some records have it like 1 to 2% per year. So it could be dropping gradually, So it is not something that will just drop once for you to now start having such symptoms. So it's a gradual. It's a gradual.
You cannot pin it to age.
Yes, you cannot pin a particular age.
That one's serious for men, or at least women. Women can easily say, okay, this is it. So we cannot pin it to a certain age. Some men may not know that this is what they are experiencing. So how is it diagnosed?
Yeah, so that's why I said that if you want to diagnose it, first is to measure the testosterone level. And usually the early morning testosterone level is used to.
How is it measured?
It's a test. It's an hormone that is in your blood.
You go to the hospital to test it.
So they carry out that test for you, because tiredness, for example, other factors can be responsible for it.
Okay.
Stress can make you tired.
Of course.
Stress can bring fatigue. So you may not use that to just wake up and say, because I'm feeling tired.
So,
you know. loss of libido. Not
that could be attributed to a lot of things.
So many things. Even
particularly
Nigeria as a country can even make one or to even think to that area. So you could have other factors masking. So that's why you cannot just say, oh, maybe because I'm tired, I'm having low sex drive, I'm just okay, I'm having andropause. No.
Okay. So this hormone now that reduces almost every day now as you
Not
age.
every day, every year.
Okay, every year.
I said it goes between 1 to 2%
every year.
Every year, you know.
That's huge. Okay, so let me not panic you men now. All right, the hormone now, is this something that can be replaceable?
Yeah, so that's why if we look at it, because the factors are also masked with some other things. Yes, the hormone can be replaced, but that is when every other mode of management has actually failed. And we have actually confirmed that this is what it is. That's when we can now go for hormone replacement therapy, as in, using the testosterone. But ordinarily, it's not something that one should just rush to.
Okay, let's talk more about this hormone, because I know that in women, the replacement of the women's hormone can, like the doctor said, can lead to cancer, can cause cancer in the woman. That is when you go for hormonal replacement. Is this same with the men?
Yeah, you know, most of these hormones, they play a special role in the human. So that could be one of the side effects. So that's one of the reasons why one can't just wake up now and say, oh, this person is, even for the women, you can't just say, oh, we've gotten to this point, let's replace with hormone. There have to be a clear indication for it before we get to that place. And nobody would even want to do that almost immediately, not after exploring every other options to see that this is actually what it is and that's what the person needs.
All right, we're on the program Healthy Living on Independent Television, and I'm talking with Dr. Bright Onyovo-Okoko. That name, I had to go and study for it. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our show. Do stay tuned. Andropause or cause andropause or disturbs andropause or contribute to a man running into andropause faster than even his legs?
Okay, like I did mention earlier, age is a major factor. So as the age increases, of course, the testosterone level begin to drop. Another thing that can also happen is if there is chronic ailment, like hypertension, diabetes, it can also contribute. Alcohol and smoking, you know, we keep talking about all those lifestyle. There are also things that contribute. Then diet, because some persons who are obese on the fat side, they've also seen to also be a contributing factor, and of course that one is also linked to diet. So we can't rule diet out of it. So I think those are basically what can contribute to it.
So what about exercise?
No, of course,
can exercise help?
Well, like exercise. If you a healthy lifestyle now, exercise can help. Like those things that I mentioned, for example, if you have to burn away some calories, you have to get into
shape,
into exercising, it would help. You watch your diet, what you eat. Like I always say, expensive food does not necessarily translate to a balanced diet, but you just watch your meal and ensure that it has the right components and in the right quantity. You know, if you undereat, it has its issue. If you overeat, it has its issue. But exercise will play a very, very big role in helping it. You know, like I said, the symptoms that goes with it, other factors can also be responsible for it. Stress, Nigerian factor can do that.
Can happen to the person.
Can happen to the person. But basically, improving one's lifestyle will go a long way in helping, because that one also will help you to even remove, if maybe there are other underlying factors. You are eating healthy, you are getting involved in exercise, and you know, yet you're still having some of those symptoms. It now be a pointing sign to say, oh, let's go further.
Go this way. Okay. All right, I read from somewhere while I was doing my little research that andropause can actually affect a man's mental health. How true? And if yes, how does it affect the man mentally?
Well, studies have also shown that if a man is undergoing that andropause period, it could be irritable. You know, so mood swing can also come just the same way
as we have with
the women, you know. But because, like I said, other factors could have been contributing to it, so you may not necessarily trace it to that. And of course, let's say, for example, a man now has low libido. He has no money. He's being faced with different kind of
challenges daily.
He's now having low libido. He cannot meet the wife the way it would be, and of course it will affect the relationship. So by the time you put all those things together, it's enough to create different kind of mental health crisis in a man. So it can actually affect the mental health of the man.
So how can a man deal with that mental health? Because I'm just trying to imagine how a man would just go to hospital and say, I want to check if I have andropause or if I'm No, you know what you were talking about? I was just trying to imagine how can a man just go to the hospital and say, doctor, please check for me. I think this thing that is worrying me is andropause. When ordinarily an average Nigerian does not want to go to the hospital.
Yes, that's why.
Instead, they will just go and look for one babalagbo somewhere.
Well, that's why the term andropause is usually misunderstood. Now, I talked about exercise as something that will help. We talked about having a balanced diet. Another thing, having adequate sleep.
Okay.
Having adequate sleep. Like I also mentioned, underlying ailments can also contribute. So by the time you look at the man, for example, how many men are actually free from stress?
I don't know the statistics, so tell us.
So that's why it will help us to kind of understand why it is actually misunderstood and why people don't actually pay so much attention to it. The man is stressed. He could attribute his tiredness to stress. He could attribute his lack of sleep to probably something else that he has not done. Oh, he's on the fat side. He may not necessarily trace it to say, okay, oh, maybe because of the diet I'm taking or whatever. Some will just say, oh, it's late night food, so what will I do? Can I not stop eating? You know. So by the time you put all those factors together, you first of all have to rule out, oh, this thing I'm feeling, am I undergoing stress? Am I having adequate sleep? Am I having adequate exercise? Is my diet balanced? If you've been able to clear off all those things and say, oh, I'm free in this area, then what could be responsible? Then you can say, okay, well, let's have this test done.
Is it expensive?
Well, I may not be able to speak about the price. But again, because it is something that has to do with level, today you may take, the figure could be recorded in another next years, next 2 years,
it could change.
Then you could also check to know if it is declining. But one thing I also want to say is that it can also be linked to infertility.
Ah, okay.
Because the testosterone also play role in the production of the semen. So it could also contribute to infertility. So that could be an angle where somebody could come from to say, oh, probably he's married, he's unable to impregnate the wife. Then you can say, okay, let's go check the testosterone level to see what level it is. And of course, when you look at them, one way or the other, they are linked. In a sense that they are linked to the point that it could create that mental health challenge.
Okay.
The man is tired. He has no libido. And probably the wife is on the demand side, and the man cannot meet up his expectation. And for men, you know how it is when there is a call and you cannot answer.
You cannot play ball when you get to the field.
There's a call you cannot answer, or you answer. You're supposed to stay at a particular time for the assignment. You can't stay. You know, those things could.
I'm particularly interested in this area now. So for sisterhood to move forward, all right. So how do you advise a woman to cope with a man who is suffering from andropause, with all of these signs and symptoms that you have mentioned, especially when it comes to the field of play? The woman cannot enjoy what she's supposed to enjoy, you know, and it's only her husband that can do that for her. All right, so how is the woman supposed to cope? Now, how is the man also supposed to make sure that that relationship does not deteriorate to something that every other person will now be coming to say, what's happen, you know, that kind of a thing. So the relationship, how should it be arranged?
For me, men are watching this program, women are also watching. Communication is key. Communication is key. If the man is experiencing something, he should be able to communicate to the wife.
Okay.
And the wife should understand. That is, if there is proper communication. There shouldn't be the need to mask whatever thing you are passing through, so that both of them can join hands to find solution. If, for example, the man is to kind of get involved in a form of exercise to help, if the woman understands the role the exercise would play, she can be the one to remind the man. Both of them can even be in. If it is the diet of the man that could help, the man may not be able to walk around his diet, but kudos to the women. I know they are very, very good at that. If they say, oh, my husband should not eat this, or should not eat this, you know, they are there to kind of watch out. And even though when the man is going off, they will still be the one to remind us, you know, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do this. So they have a whole lot of role to play, if and only if there is communication. Where there is no communication, it becomes a challenge. Like where some men will just feel, oh, you can't ask me question.
Exactly.
I feel whatever thing I want to
go there.
Yes, I can do whatever thing I want to do.
I'm the man of the house.
You're suffering. Meanwhile, you are suffering. Your partner is supposed to be able to help you, so you communicate. If it's chronic ailment, maybe like hypertension or diabetes, and it's other management, and the woman is aware, she will also be there to ask, when last did you take your drug, or even stay to help the man take his drug. It may not necessarily be because of maybe the performance in the other room or whatever, but as a way of helping to keep your partner. In the same way, if men still get to understand the issues of menopause with the woman, they can give the woman the needed support. By the time she is getting irritable or somehow, the man should be able to understand that it is not because there is hate, there is distress, and there is dislike or whatever, but just because of a condition that she's passing through, and it will also go off. So the truth is, if there is communication, both partners can actually help themselves out. So men should not just go hide whatever thing that
they should speak up.
They should speak up first with their partner.
So how often should a man go for these tests?
Well, like I said, based on statistics, research, it reduces between 1 to 2% per year. So if you say, okay, maybe once annually, for you to have maybe a baseline, and maybe in the next couple of years, you run the test, you now know, oh, it was at this particular level, at a particular time, and at this particular level, at a particular time, has it kind of reduced or is just still where it is? Like I said, when I said it reduces 1 to 2% annually, it may also be for everybody.
Okay.
Yes, and the effect would not also affect every man
the same
way.
That's fantastic.
So the way my system is wired is different from the way the next man's system is wired. And of course, we must also look at the other factors around.
Okay, so doctor, in answering my last question, andropause, myth or fact?
Andropause is a fact.
Thank you.
It exists.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Bright, for finding time to be with us on the show. So, men, Inukwa, andropause is real. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Power.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a ladder. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been blacked out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things out, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity. Government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately, it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution, and the rest of it. And then the enabling law. The happy thing recently is that they have said it's deregulated. State governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. We cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. We should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping, and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, executive governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy then 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BEDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad, the NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BEDC, I bet may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I know cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait. And so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like this. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't dare it. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
BEDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown out and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. It was privatized. That was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up 50% from area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we use our hand to define electricity. Some of us will go generator for us, some of us will get solar, some of us will go generate big blister. All these people will get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people don't go for it. That money, now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light dey for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening, everywhere go be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, wetin anything concern light is too plenty. No be one particular thing. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we must buy generator. At least from office, I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine na times 1 month, na big money. Until na money. From there, I will come see look at it, come here say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar take stabilize am because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers. As against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BEDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BEDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints, nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the City of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirist, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. There are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders. So we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? Yes, all right, it's good to have you in the house. Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. He took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course. And he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, showcase and show what the guys is all about. Anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially. The good and the bad. We don't have to be biased. Understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme, right? Some of them do some very crazy things, only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself, first, is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. It's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youths don't have. Now, when these emotions come, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control of our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. People tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There are that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing? But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It is almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement. right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men, particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children, but men are supposed to be in charge,
of course,
right? They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right. Sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. And we need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down. All right, better for you to calm down and think.
Some will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are. See, we have some people that are belligerent. You get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons there in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they are allowed. You get, so they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like this is how should respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid. Not so fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend, immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some ladies that cannot, there are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Not many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before doing that thing. Not you trying to just get everything at this before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves.
Before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability, and that's a should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, oh yeah, I did this and this is why I did it and I'm sorry, they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right, there is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right, it's not the devil's work, it's inbuilt, it's in you. You need to be cultured, you need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to, there's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage. Sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the common pants for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, why don't you get angry? Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can't spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get? So we just need to have,
those are your personal measures.
Yeah. So I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, maybe infuriate you, but I don't care. You get? So for peace to reign, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before you, everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in, being yourself and expressing yourself, but it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion, else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah, they are.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions. You must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving.
Yeah.
Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see, the effects of emotional outburst, most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a letter different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fight starts, but we don't know how it ends.
Yeah.
So if you know you don't know how a fight is going to end, then don't start the fight.
Don't start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing some my dreams, everything. So I want to let the person know there'll be a way. I have to take the person away from public or from that place, so that person will not feel embarrassed. And I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just
in a hostile manner,
just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. If the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So it doesn't just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, ameliorate things.
Okay.
You get it? So it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach. Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Okay.
Maybe instead of saying it, and before you know it creates rancor, state of agibagi, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. you can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. You know, when a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. Yeah. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cause for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. Just have to calm down sometimes. You see, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never believe. You may not even sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel somebody tells you this particular thing you're saying?
Shoes,
okay. So you just need to just calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I believe you think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just send somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking out time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight, we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly